All right. Hey, there's the kids. They're going outside. Almost ready to get going here, guys. Calvin had an accident I have to deal with. He had some diarrhea. It's gross. Whoa. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. They thought they thought he got out. He wasn't. All right, I'm in. This is why we don't. I try not to stream until I'm actually sitting at the computer to get going. Because family stuff. So we're at it. Conrad, how's it going? Conrad, I lost my cool yesterday on the stream. Some guy said he's been watching me. Was asking if I was using an LLM, because I've been on this machine over here. I've been using Reddit a bunch, just totally distracted, just looking at fucking. There's like a million subreddits that I just lurk on and everything. And so I've been doing that for like 2 weeks. It's beginning progressively worse. It was like once a stream, then it's twice a stream, and then it's like every 5 minutes kind of thing. But anyways, it just got progressively worse. Like, you don't know. It went from I'm using an LLM to what I'm doing is really simple and should have been done sooner, I guess. Why is it taking so long? when I tried to explain that I wasn't just doing regular programming. It was like, I'm a C++ coder and I make a bunch of money or whatever and blah blah blah, and he was just being a dick and called him a piece of shit and started yelling and stuff. It was a first time chatter too, so my patience was really thin for like someone to be throwing out shit like that. Oh no, I can explain more offline. I was perfectly comfortable doing it because oh dude, I've said so many times on the stream I have a temper, but it was more that there was something else to it that I can explain later. And they thought the funny thing is like, you know, look at it, like in the chats, like, look at how angry he is. Oh man. But anyways, it was I took off the VOD because I just don't. The part that I'm bummed about is that I called someone a piece of shit, because I'm always talking to my kids about, like, we never call anybody dumb. You know, it's not, you know, I'm constantly trying to live that message or whatever. So that's the part I feel bad about, really. But whatever. If the funny thing is if I was using an LLM, I'm doing it in the dumbest way possible, where if I can take a picture of my setup right now and show you, although it's a fucking mess. No, dude, this the only time I've ever, I didn't ban them either. The only time I've ever banned anybody in chat was they were basically subversively saying they were attacking someone's sexuality in my chat, and they were their username and some of the stuff they were saying was subtly pro-Nazi. And so that's the only person I've ever actually banned that wasn't like a bot, you know? And this is the only time I've ever lost my cool on somebody, but I figured out what was going on really quick, so I was feeding the hate by being passive. I remember when you rated me after some people were clowning on hobby horsing. It made me feel very sad that I didn't call it out before. Yeah, no, well, and I said in my Discord, I was like, I did this thing and I'm sorry. The thing I said is, look, somebody can come at me in chat and say all this stuff. That's fine. And I'll do what I'll do on it. But if they come after anybody in my chat and start saying shit about them in the same manner, they're banned. It's just full stop. I'm not going to stand for that. Cause it's like, it's my house kind of thing, you know? So yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, no. And that's the thing is, I'm very live and let live. Like the hobby horse thing. It's like, you know, people are happy. What's the big deal? And it can be, there are plenty of things that people do in other cultures and stuff that just seem bizarre to us, but are very meaningful and deep to them, you know? And so like, why is he locked up? Why are you locked up? What happened? Who locked you up? What's going on? What's going on, buddy? Why are you locked up? Hang on, I gotta find out why. Trying, Jacob, trying. Hang on a second. I gotta figure out why my wife locked Calvin up. Is there a reason? It was just because I was clean. Oh, okay. 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 Morning, Mud. Right. Yeah, bright and early. Staying open minded is very important for me. Like, one of the most important things in life, be open minded and respectful. Yeah. Well, and that's the only thing I'm bummed about is like that I said those words. I don't care that the person is or is not that thing. But that I called them that, you know. And obviously, if someone's gonna troll like that, they got bigger problems. And I feel sorry for that person, really. But what are you gonna do? Mud, how's it going, man? But yeah, I took the VOD down. Maybe I'll but seriously, it was like that's me yelling. That's how angry I got. I was like, oh yeah, that's me yelling. And I knew I had a choice. I was like, well, I either ban this person or, you know what it is? It's like Biff Tannen. And he's got your arm and he's twisting your arm and he's laughing at you. And it's like, do you punch him or not? And so I was like, you know, I think this time I'm just gonna punch him. Well, what set me off, Conrad, was then the conversation started to try to manipulate what was being talked about. And it was like, no, like, you're going to come in here and shit all over me, but then you're going to try and win by like subverting the conversation and like altering what we were talking about. And that's what made me like, be like, no, stay on topic. But anyways. I also think if we ban people like that, then who's left to help them? That's the way I felt about the guy that I banned that had like a Nazi illusion in their username. That's how I felt about banning them. I felt really bad because I was like, this is a kid who has two paths in front of them. And it's like, if I can straighten them out, then maybe I could actually make a difference in somebody's life that could potentially end up really fucked up. But at a certain point, when they started attacking people in my chat, I was like, well, I'm sorry. I gotta get rid of you, dude. But anyways, so yesterday we were working on saving and loading. We're calling this an event editor, but somebody suggested the name scenario editor, which is like way better. 2 days ago, I had used ChatGPT on the stream and asked it a suggestion of names, like what do I call this thing, and I described what it did, and it gave me a bunch of like corporate sounding like startup trying to sell something names for like super duper whatever and shit, and it's like, no, like, I mean, from a technical standpoint, like what do we call it? So I think scenario editor is actually probably the best name for this whole thing. So I think I'm going to do one more rename, which another LLM thing is that it sounds like if I wanted to do this and I was using Claude and I had that set up proper, I could probably say, hey, I need this thing that's called event editor to be referred to as scenario editor. And like all of the folders and shit in here, all of this stuff and inside the code and all of it could just be changed instantly, which is like incredibly cool and useful. But yeah, I'd have to, oh yeah, I took a picture of the room, sorry. I'd have to be the dumbest, my phone's dead. So my setup here is, if I was doing that, I'd be the dumbest person because this is a Linux box over here. And I'm on Windows over here, these two monitors. So like, I would be prompting it and then like, I don't know. It would just be dumb because like, why wouldn't I copy and paste my code into it? Because I'm clearly not doing that. And like, why would I then, if I wasn't doing that, how would I talk to it about what I was doing? And then like, I don't know. It just doesn't even make any sense. But anyways. You banned Pagorli with a drawing tablet mistake. A pocket ban. Anyways, so I blocked Reddit over here. I've blocked it because that's the one thing that was the frustrating thing about the whole thing is I was totally admitting it. I was like, yeah, no, I am looking over there a lot, and I am totally distracted, and I fessed up. I was like, I'm just fucking lurking Reddit, and I'm sorry. It's like been really distracting for me lately. So yeah, I've banned it over there, so you're not gonna see me looking over there as much. But over here is my Linux box, and I've got desk flow on it, so I can move my mouse over to it and everything like that. And I have all my private stuff over here so that I don't accidentally show like private texts and things like that on my main machine. Anyways, but yeah, the stream manager for Twitch and for YouTube is on this one here. Although YouTube is busted right now. The chat is busted for my YouTube. It just says something went wrong and there's like a monkey with a hammer. So I can't see YouTube chat. If I had YouTube chat, which I'm not supposed to refer to, but I do. So I don't, and I don't have that. I don't know what that would be. Pogroli, I ban people on your channel. Bots, yeah. Actually, I did ban somebody in my... There's somebody that I banned in my... on Twitch for harassing other people that I know. So that's the only other time, too, that I done outright specifically banned somebody that was not a bot. Anyways, so two times that I can think of. So we have saving and loading. Let me show you the loading here. So the loading works how you'd kind of expect it. We go to File, Load, and we're working on this one here. We open it, and it reestablishes the layout. So where everything was dragged around to, it reconnects everything. The thing that's missing right now is the selected. This is not populating correctly, and I think it's because of the control type. So I have to fix that. And then when we hit start, it doesn't work, and I know why that's happening too. It's because of how we establish the starting node is done on ready, and since we're adding it post that, I have to come up with like probably just like a function that's just like, hey, this is the start event, because we just need a reference to it, because it's sort of like the universal starting point. It's the entry point into this thing. I imagine in the future I'm going to have things that just run, so like that there isn't necessarily an entry point, and this idea of start, it probably will become something else. But anyways, so let's fix the move to thing. Sorry if you wanted to get off the topic. No, it's fine. I mean, again, it's just not the person that I don't want to be that way, you know. And generally, I apologize to people that I yacht. I mean, generally, when I lose my cool, I'm immediately like, I'm sorry, and here's what I did wrong, and all that kind of shit, you know. But in this case. Unless I would get a some sort of indication that, hey, yeah, I fucked up. They're not getting a sorry from me. It's like that. Because if I'm not going to apologize to someone who doesn't feel bad for clearly like trying to fuck with me. So, but I learned that lesson once. And it's like, oh, this actually doesn't help at all. I was like, yeah, I'll never do that again. Anyways. Yeah, no, it wasn't unintentional. And I don't think they'd ever be like, oh, dude, I'm sorry, I was out of line. Because they're so amazing. So. I would have insta-banned still. I know. I don't know about you, man, but I kind of enjoy the idea that they're just sitting here fucking steaming and hating my guts and wasting their time on me. So for me, that's how I win. If I ban them, I'm only doing them a favor. Yeah, maybe I'm a weirdo. So I have made a change to the stream because my as a revenue stream, my Twitch has just fallen off a fucking cliff. Like my channel is dead right now. So I just got rid of ads. So I only have a pre-roll now. I'm like, well, I'm already sort of like listless, so I'm just gonna like just get rid of ads altogether. So there's only gonna be pre-rolls when you come into the channel if you're not subbed. There's a hidden mental impact, right? No. No. I'm talking about it now just because, like, you know, it just happened. But, like, no, I'm not. No, there's somebody that I should have banned long ago that I know is around. And it's like, it doesn't bother me. So it's not like I'm constantly, like, I stop the stream and I'm thinking about it and I start, you know, and I'm like getting ready and I'm thinking about it and or whatever. Not trying to put words in my mouth, it's just you had it to justify. Yeah. No, it's just I mean, it's just like a recent event and I kind of want to air it out, I guess. But anyways, oh yeah, so we're looking at I was like, what the hell is I doing? But no, I appreciate, the funny thing is like I totally appreciated getting called out for like being distracted. Cause like somebody needed to do it. So I was glad about that. Cause even I was like, man, I gotta stop. So we're looking at Godot option button. I would slip on your banana peel any day, Con. Oh, and I gotta do shout out for the shout out handle that Pogorly pulled. But one thing I'll say is, because the language, it came up so here's me and the pre-roll. I actually can't stand pre-rolls, but whatever. I put right here in the about, not a professional. I don't care about your editor, engine, or language. Just make something great. This has been here for a long time. Somebody to come in and be like, rah, like, about that stuff. I get a little frustrated about that. Because you can know all of that shit and still not produce. Kind of like me, right? So, I don't know. I don't think that's the important part. So is there a specific function to select? Yeah, select index. I think I see the problem. IDX. Passing -0 as the index deselects the currently selected item. Okay, so I'll be back to streaming soon. Show finishes next week. Nice. Yeah. I'm with you second. I've got a mosquito bite right here, and it's driving me nuts because you're not supposed to itch them, right? But because it's on my palm and that's where I rest my hand when I type, it's just aggravating it. So what I'm going to do is set a breakpoint here. We want to see what it's choosing as select. Suck the venom out like some fucking survivalist on YouTube. That's one of my subreddits that I go to is called McDojo. If you've never been to the McDojo subreddit, it is fucking hilarious. It's a bunch of people that think they're like martial arts masters and shit. And it has so many of those fucking super potbelly Texans with their like 18 guns holstered on them and a big bladed knife and the dummy and then them just like thinking that they're like, and they've got like some stupid song playing in the background and shit. It's great stuff. Anyways, now I'm just going to talk about all the subreddits I can't go to right now like a fucking addict. You know what's great about heroin? You know what's great about it? Yeah, exactly. I was hiding my addiction. All right, so we're selecting 0. So here's the question: are we doing this before the objects are actually created? Let's see. File load, add object. No, we're not. So let's see on our where's our debug? Here it is. Let's see on here where selected is -1 right now. And if we step forward once, so we're trying to select 0, right? Yeah. We go forward and we try and select 0. Now let's go back and look at it. Selected is still -1. So I'm wondering now if we actually... Oh, I know what's up. We have to populate the list first. Show options. So this needs to fire. There we go. Fixed it. That's what it was. So let's try again. Hola, infidels. Makes me think of a militia dictionary I watched it was a bunch of adults imagining playing war. Yeah, that's what we have in Idaho, up north, with the Brady family. There's a bunch of people LARPing the end of the world. What fucking sucks about all those white supremacist shit is that they're proven right time and time again. As far as like that thing that happened in Washington a long time ago, and like the ATF in particular and the FBI tend to really fucking bungle things up. And not the LARPing part, but the like, nah, the government and blah blah blah. Have you ever wondered how your life would be if you were born European? Yeah, I probably have. I don't know. Probably have gotten laid a lot more. Conrad, if I'm totally honest. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that depends on where you are in Europe. Conrad's like, whoa. So let me ask you, this is a very specific thing to bring up. It's kind of an odd thing to bring up, but I'm wondering what it was like in Europe. And specifically, man, Portland, but ran away to Poland, man. Poland's in such a predicament. It's such a bad spot for like any conflict. Poor Poland, dude. Pour one out for Poland. Jesus. Anyways. But so my question, Conrad, is about, and you're probably too young for this, but I was born in the 80s, right? 81. And when I was coming up into school, there was a big AIDS panic. And there was like the satanic panic shit was happening too, like D&D and the devil and all that kind of shit, and a lot of like Christian influence in media, or at least trying to, like, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. All this shit started to pop up, where it was like, we can influence what you see on TV and stuff just by writing 2-3 letters, basically. But the AIDS panic was like in full effect, and I've been curious if that was there an AIDS panic in Europe at all, or was that like a really American hallucination? It's like, I don't know about HIV panic in Europe. And I know the scenario with AIDS in Africa is a whole different thing. We know about HIV panic, not really. But you guys didn't deal with that. Yeah. Yeah. But I'd say they used to talk about it more in the past. Yeah, 100%. Well, and it was a new thing, you know, and it was like, here's how you can get it and all that kind of stuff. There was a lot of that too. When I was in second grade, there was a little boy in our class who died from it. So it was like a different thing for us. Come here. Which, knowing early on how it was spread is a little disturbing. But I think it was literally the like blood transmission thing. It was like a, come here, buddy. I want to fix your ear. It was leaning into gay equals bad narrative of the religion-driven country for sure. Yeah, that was a big thing, and then equating that stuff with bestiality and shit, which is all just totally fucked up. It's funny because it kind of has the same like fuzzy thing where it's like, did it come from like with the Wuhan, corona thing, and like, where did it come from or whatever. There's a lot of like conspiracy along those lines with with AIDS as well. It's kind of interesting. We're not very religious, so it wasn't much of a thing over here. See, that's really interesting to see it be so centralized, because it felt like it was like a universal thing in the States. I know this is totally out of left field that I'm bringing it up, but I'm just curious about sometimes these things. Like, there's a lot of like American political thinking that's starting to infect Europe, and it really makes me sad. Because it's like, you guys don't have to do this. Like, don't fall into the trap that we did. And I see it happening, and it just kind of breaks my heart, because it's like, fuck, like, is anyone going to be rational anymore? You know? So that kind of thing makes me think of that, or those early days of that panic. Anyways, I appreciate shooting the shit with you guys, but I should probably focus. Had a really good day in class yesterday with the kids. Our son, we played the shopping game, which is a cool way to teach phonetic sounds and stuff. So we have this thing called sound pouches, which has objects with the starting sound of the letter. You only refer to them by their letter sound when you're teaching phonics. You never refer to by letter name. That's one of the dumbest things about early childhood education that I can think of, is the focus on letter names in English is just bizarre, because it serves no function in the focus on learning to read. It actually kind of sets you back, because now you associate this name to a letter and not its sound. And also capitalization. I'm just going to go on a full-on rant, but capitalization, like there's a big focus on the capitalized letter as the first introductory to a letter, and it's like the least common version of the letter you're going to see is the capitalized version of it. Okay, so we've renamed that, and you know what? I haven't even run this to see if it'll work, but I'm just fixing some naming stuff here really quick. I'm sorry for that weird diatribe. I just kind of fell down a rabbit hole of curiosity. Fear is spooky. Indeed, man. Creeps me out. Blame LLMs. Dude, that OpenAI guy who lost his mind from ChatGPT, it's the craziest thing to see. What's up? Hey, there we go. Okay, now it's working. What did I walk into today? We did Conrad. Nickname generator failed. Has a game coming out soon. Showed a trailer yesterday. I think it has a good chance to find an audience. Oh, I'm in a cooldown. I can't shout out. Oh, M's been shouted out. Okay, shout out to M. Classic cricket. Why can't I zoom out? I think my control button is busted. No, it's not busted. We just got loading going, Em. We're about to fix another bug with it, and then it should be working. Got it, boss. Now you have to double my salary. Send an invoice on Discord. Damn. 0 times X. Wait, what did I just say? 0 times 2. 0. Oh my god. He's having a stroke. That's another thing with multiplication. When I was teaching it to my daughter, when we teach multiplication, they'll put the problem up and they'll often refer to it as like 10 times 5. Right? And if you just say 10 5 times, like that flip mentally for a kid is like a huge thing. And then they go, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. At least that's what I found when we were doing that with my daughter. Oh, I've been joking that the paddle mechanic, the paddle genre of video games is going to explode. And then sure enough, we're just seeing like, here's a paddle game, here's a paddle game, here's a paddle game. And I was totally joking about it when I was doing the jam game. See, now I feel like I can't even hide my face anymore because someone's going to accuse me of doing something. Fantasy flipper games are exploding. What the hell's fantasy flipper? Like you have you're like a dolphin? But I think it shows that the Steam algorithm is very good. Like my Fortress flipper game. Oh, okay. There's Goblin flipper. Ah. I still like to call them clean 'em ups. I think you should call them clean 'em ups. I feel like that's like an old school reference. Yeah, you know, it's a 2.5D clean 'em up game. Make a table flipper. There should be a somebody should make like a thrift flipper. Like a thrift game where you go and you just find deals at like Goodwills and then you flip it on eBay. And that's the game. That's basically one of the Jackbox games. That's funny. Yeah, it's secretly hooked up to real APIs, so the image, they're just scans of like stuff that people have bought from Goodwills, and you're actually doing the listing for them. Oh shit. Miss Cricket, that's my kind of game. That's like a capitalist's Ender game. The whole time. One of those like... Alright, let me get to... I'm getting distracted. One of those... Start node. So when do we assign start node? Go back up. So we're looking for this. So there's something else that's busted. Let's set a breakpoint here. And we'll run the project. These scrambled eggs are amazing, Miss Cricket. You knock these ones out of the park. Just have to make the sell on eBay part super simple so it's fun and you don't end up with an in-depth death pile. Yeah. Selling on eBay actually is a hellscape. It favors the buyer, which is, you know, oh, damn it, Calvin, he's underneath unplugging things. Aw, he's tuggling. Slow heat. Like not a lot of heat in it. You cook it slow. Yeah, if you do it that, it's more like it becomes like a French omelet. French omelets are fucking amazing, man. With butter. Yeah, you're basically you're getting close to French omelet at that point. But low heat eggs and just put the butter in it and keep putting butter in it. And then you slowly turn it on the pan. You have to have a good pan. And then you slowly get it to make a layer and then you roll it on itself. Oh my God. If you do it that way, it tastes like there's cheese in it. It becomes so rich and like it is incredible. Not good for you. It depends on your diet, actually. But if you have a high carb diet, you probably shouldn't be doing it. But oh my God, it's incredible. Really fluffy, yeah. You have to try the Japanese omu rice if you see it on the menu. Okay. But how do you say that in Japanese? That's weird. The C part is throwing me off right now. All right, so we're gonna load it up. That looks good. We hit start. Now, did we get a start node? We do have an object for start. And then we run start. Start is true. Update slot value start. So we have on and from slot index 1. And now we're going to do slot output lookup. This might be our problem. Update slots. This might be it. We probably don't find it. So slot output. Slot output lookup. We have 1. Step into, and then it just bombs. From index. All right, let's run it again. Start. Am I in the wrong? There we go. We hit start here. Breakpoint. Okay. Node start. Update slot value. Slot output lookup. And we're going to use from slot index, which is 0. And we return a null array from slot output lookup, which gets populated. We append here. Connect node. Are we not firing this? That's what it is. All right, we almost got it, boys. Where is it? It's an omelet on top of rice. Oh, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. They like spin it on top of it, right? They what do? I don't know if they put the rice in the bowl, but at some point they spin it. It looks like a fucking volcano, right? Dude, are you obsessed with Japanese street food videos like I am? Second favorite? I'll just put those on. There's a bunch of videos of people just walking through different parts of Japan, and I'll just put those on. And there's also just videos of people making street food. Like the Korean street food is just bonkers. So that, I think, is a winner idea. I've been considering buying a VR headset because I have this idea of making a street food game in VR where you make street food. And I don't want to insult anyone, but there are some street food videos in certain foreign countries that are disgusting. They reuse the same water for washing their hands as they do for like cleaning the food and stuff like that. And I thought making a game like that where you just make street food in like the most haphazard and disgusting way possible could be really funny and fun. But I don't want to insult anyone. But it would require the creation of a lot of assets. Proper or improper? I guess you just make it part of the gameplay. You can either try and be really clean or not. Like they can wash the dishes, but they don't have to. Have you seen the Share Stuff VR game? No. Do you have a link? I'm eating yogurt. If I get any on my mustache, let me know. So when we add the node connect. Oh, we're not doing it on any of them now. Whoa, hang on. Yeah, this needs to happen. No, it's not on add node. It's on connect node. Oh, is that happening? That's happening on graph edit. Node connection request. So we need to make sure that this is firing. All right, let's see. Yeah, see, this is the chill kind of kayaking game that's like, somebody should make a chill one. This is totally what I mean. Yeah, this is cool. This looks exactly like Snake River, where this is near our area, except that the walls are probably five times this height for the canyon. And it's not as like you got a lot wider space between the 2 points here. You don't get anything this narrow. This is cool. See, that's cool. This is cool. If you're imagine you're paraplegic. Well, you could kayak if you're paraplegic. But imagine the freedom this could give somebody who might not be able to do something like this. Ah, the little Jeremy Sheps. Let's go see the Jeremy Sheps again. Aw, look what you do, little Jeremy Sheps. And they do bark. They do bark like that. Like, we're separated. We're separated. We're separated. We're separated. That's what they're saying when they're barking at you like that. Like, we should be together. We're separated. We're separated. What? If it was Calvin, he'd just jump in the water. He'd be like, F it. I'll come to you.
What the dog doing?
Oh, no. See, this is not. No. We've gone past chill. No. We're out of chill. Yeah, this is like real kayaking. That's cool. Stick with the chill. And the Jeremy Sheps. You should be able to have the Sheps in front of you in the front. There should be a front seat. And you can have the Sheps with you in the front. How's it going, Colt? All right. So we don't care about start pressed. We're going to load up. We care about this connection being made. It doesn't. Okay. I had a feeling. All right. So why not? Why not? We're doing this here, right? Connecting to. So we're calling connect node. So why does calling connect node on a graph edit not fire? Why does it not fire the signal on a node? It's not the same as a node connection request. Connect node is. So how can we fake a connection request? Emit it to the graph edit when the connection from the. Oh, you know what we'll do? We don't have to. We'll request it ourselves since we have this as a node connection request. Well, but there should be a way to emit the signal. I mean, I guess I could do it as, I just gotta. The thing that sucks about this is that we're just in Godot land for a lot of this stuff. So you kind of have to, like, you can try to break out of it, but. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Like, I could say emit signal. Is it connection request? I think that'll work. Let's try it. Recovering my dead computer was expensive. Expensive like time or money? Okay, so now the emit signal is not doing, it's doing jack shit. Okay. So then what we could do instead is, I guess, we'll just run it ourselves then. We'll make this public. Ah! What the hell's going on? We'll go here and then we'll go like this. But see, we're overriding. Fucking son of a bitch. No. Down. No. Calvin, don't start. Don't start. Calvin! Fine. I'm gonna clean your ears, okay? Oh, come here then. We'll do that. Ah. I mean, there's definitely some yeast going on in that ear, because that ear is a little bit more rank smelling than the other ear, that's for sure. Something's fermenting in there. Come here, buddy. Come here. All right. It's graph edit. I know. He's connect node. Shit. You know how we have to do this so that it fires the right way? See, but we can't connect. This is so weird. It's I swear sometimes it's like these people don't actually use this stuff. It's weird to me that this doesn't work though. It should work. So what am I doing wrong on the other end here? Because we have emit signal, string name, and then mini params. It does return an error, so we could check that. Connection request, comma, R error. Prints, debug, error, %s, error to string, error. Okay, so whatever the error is, if it's okay or is something else, we should at least get a print of it. Let's run it again. Okay, what was the error? Method not found. Method started watching Encino Man. Pauly Shore was a thing, guys. I remember he was on MTV all the time. Can we not call these signals when it's a part of the API? Is that the deal? Set connection activity. Sets the correlation of connection between. This is stupid. Fine. I'm just trying to avoid doing this in a way that I don't want to. But I guess it's impossible. This will do it, but it's stupid. But it should do it. No, it's because I don't have a custom class name. And so since it's a graph edit and I'm not extending it. Well, I'm extending it, but I'm not giving it a class name. I can only reference it as graph edit. And so I have this function that I can call, but it's not showing it as existing, blah, 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 all that nonsense. But on top of that, I just would prefer to be able to, since it has this, hey, these two things are trying to connect, right? But that only fires when you have two graph nodes that you are drawing a connection to. You cannot trigger that moment. You cannot trigger that to happen. You can't say request connection and have that signal fire. That's the problem that I'm running into. So I was like, oh, well, I'll just fire the signal and provide the parameters that I want to give. But it's like, yeah, no, you can't do that. I guess I should try and dive into that and why that is. But I've never tried to. This is the first time I've ever tried in Godot to trigger a signal from something from the API, like that exists as something from Godot's API. So I just don't know if it's like a thing that's not possible to do, or maybe there's a way I'm supposed to do it. You can't trigger Godot signals from Godot side. I do it in my game. Okay, well we'll go down the rabbit hole one more time. So you say emit signal, right? And then the signal name. It could be. Graph Edit says it's Graph Edit itself is only an empty container representing an infinite grid where graph nodes can be placed. Each graph node represents a node in the graph, a single unit of data and connection scheme. Graph Edit in turn helps control various interactions between nodes. Nodes between nodes, and when a user attempts to connect, to disconnect, or delete a graph node, a signal is emitted in the graph edit, but no action is taken by default. It is the responsibility of the programmer utilizing this control to implement the necessary logic to determine how each request should be handled. Hey Nat, how you doing? Is it okay if I abbreviate, or do you want the full name? Because I can do that too. Whatever you prefer. So there's connect node, but this bypasses sending the signal of it's not requesting a connection. And that's fine. Cool. How you doing? I'd say the same, I suppose. Emit signal. And just to be sure, if I try to say signal, it should yell at me, right? Because it already exists. Yeah, it's a redefine. Okay, so that's how we can confirm that this is like correct. Var error. Oh, you know what? It's the keep alive. You're right, bro. It's the keep alive. Yeah, I have one extra parameter on the list. That's what it was. I think we got it. Two heads are better than one. And now we're going to go ahead and load. What happened? Oh yeah, we hit a breakpoint. Good, good, good. Okay, so we hit it. Good. All right. So now we have everything is reloaded. The proper information here I'll move to is added. Now if we go to 3D here, here's the scene. Let's hit start. Cross your fingers. This is the full cycle. There's like one or two things we have to do. We have to clear. So when we go to load, we have to clear out the existing graph node and everything like that. We don't have any of that doing, but this is the full loop. We can edit, we can save, we can load, and we can run what we've loaded. So the clearing thing I've been saving to the end because that requires talking to this scene here that's open, which is kind of a weird thing to have to do because we're so disconnected from it because we're an add-on. So, fuck yeah! Save graph edit, it's done. Load graph edit is done. Populate graph edit, that's done. This is technically done. So delete graph node, that's done. Okay. Oh my god! Once we have this done, guys, I can actually focus on making the fucking game. Yay! We did it. We did it, boys! By the way, I gotta show off my shirt. Look at this shirt. You guys like that? My favorite thing to do is to wear aviators when I wear this shirt. A game dev making games? I put on, I'll wear this shirt and then I'll just wear aviators and I like it. Yes. All right. Colt, this is helping me secretly work on something else. And right in front of everyone, they have no idea. Anyways. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? I feel like that. So like if I'm pushing to GitHub, is that like not enough of a backup? I was supposed to be making backups by the end of August. I do have 321 backups. Oh, you mean on your machine? No, I always forget about the new way. How do you do the new way? Because that would have caught the problem. I forget how to do the new way. And it's been new for a long time. Is it connection? You say the thing. Connection request emit. Then you don't have to catch an error. I support propaganda. That's my concern about it, Sean, is that it's going to become like Starship Troopers, where everyone thinks that the message is like, people just can't understand that it's like fascism equals bad, and they're going to watch it and be inspired by it. You know? That's like a deep fear. Although you are having fun. So I don't know. But I would hope that a game where you're blowing up innocent civilians all the time and killing people makes you not think that you're necessarily the good guy. New cop recruits. It's like the Top Gun of cop games. Oh, shit. Calvin unplugged everything. Shit, hang on, guys. He disconnected my computer. Okay. Somehow my other computer is disconnected, and I'm trying to figure out why. Give me a second here.
Hold on, don't jump.
Calvin's getting a walk. He's extremely excited.
Wait.
I have a different IP now.
Oh gosh.
I'm doxing my IP on the stream. It's a local IP, so calm down, everybody. Bless it!
Papa.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
God darn it.
Oh, okay, that wasn't. Wait, that was only one side.
Do I have an IP? Hang on. Terminal.
Please. I can do this for a minute. Are you
Is it IF config or IP config on Linux? IF config.
For the bubble fund.
And give me a second, guys. I'm gonna reboot this box because I think she's just. I really don't want to spend the time to fix this like a hacker. I'm just gonna restart it. All right. Well, for the bubble fund, IP locally.
What the dog doing?
Businesses. God damn it, Sean. I got rid of. I'm pre-rolling ads now, and now people are gonna bitch about the pre-rolls. I can't win. I didn't mean for the stream to disconnect. Sorry. My light is on the USB of the computer I rebooted, so when I reboot it, it shuts off. All right, booting back up. Okay. All right, still booting. Okay, so we got the signal going. We got the loading going. Now we just need to clear everything out. So let's do that. Why is it showing no connect? Sorry, guys. I got to figure this out. What did you do, Cal? Whoa. That's bizarre. I shouldn't even been able to stream right now, guys. Are you sure?
What the dog doing?
Are you guys lying to me? Am I actually streaming right now? Okay, here's what was going on. Yeah, I guess I am. Okay. Here's what was going on. I would never lie. You're not streaming. Son of... So here's what was going on. I have a switch. So I've got a hard line going up over my ceiling and then coming down over here. I have multiple computers and I have them all connected on a switch. I only asked because last time I went down and I was like, okay, I should be back up. And everyone was being all jokey and hammy about that I wasn't, but they were saying it in real jokey ways and I didn't realize that they meant that I was down. And I streamed for 2 hours, but I wasn't actually streaming. So that's why I had to double check. Anyways, hang on, let me fix the YouTube live. Why am I on my other account here? It's also really hard. Yeah. True dat. True dat. Okay, go live. Let me see. Am I still streaming? Yes. Okay. All right. So anyways, here's what's really weird about what happened. Calvin unplugged my switch. And this machine, the switch must be set up in some way. It has no power, but somehow this machine being plugged into it got an IP. Even though it wasn't plugged in, it was able to use the copper or whatever on the line to... Oh, was I on Wi-Fi? As... No.
Bruh.
I'm running another ad on you guys. Yeah, I tricked you. I can't get over that. So this explains why how much time is wasted. The stream has been so shitty when I have a lot going on, I bet. I bet that's why. Should I try playing Peak really quick to see if it's running fine? Oh my god, this explains so much. I'm such an idiot. I don't know when I turned the Wi-Fi on. Runs more. Runs even more ads. Oh shit. Okay. No! No! What is it like for you guys? Unplugged my Switch. And this machine, the Switch must be set up in some way. It has no power, but somehow this machine being plugged into it got an IP. Even though it wasn't plugged in, it was able to use the copper or whatever on the line to... Oh, was I on Wi-Fi? Hang on. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I have to open it up on Firefox because I'm logged in there. I gotta.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Sean, I can't even read it. Switching to pre-rolls causes the stream a streaming bug where you have to refresh the stream every 5 minutes. I don't know. It's weird, guys. I got a Calvin ear wipe thing. Teachable moment. It's because I have OBS set up to use whatever network device it's connected on. It's like, okay, that's the one you're using. I don't know the reference. Anyways, back to work. Now that I can actually... Oh my god. Alright. Sorry guys. You guys are making me crack up. Alright. So look at how small the load is. Isn't this crazy? I don't know. I think it's crazy. It's just got... If you're thinking about it, the dog is teaching you what happens when you're not on cable. Well, that's the weird thing is, it must have reconnected on the Wi-Fi. I guess it's not weird. That's true. Yeah, I would have been down for a lot longer because I wouldn't have even noticed that it was unplugged, the power, because it was such a small, like, it was still plugged in, but it was just pulled out just a tiny bit. But really the reason why everything went down is because the LLM didn't know how to do the internet. So that's the reason why it went down. This LLM thing, it reminds me of, what was the other sort of inside joke on the stream? Something X is good, but Y is better, but Z is even better. Was that the joke? I forget what that was. Sean. Damn it, Sean. Okay, so we want to clear, when we load, we want to clear the so for the graph edit, it's real easy. God, I'm coughing so bad. We probably want to see if this is null. If he's dying. I should probably do some checks to see if the file exists, etc., etc. But this is enough for now. UI graph edit get children. And then child's Q free. It's that simple. For child node in. Okay. So now if I go to load again, it should clear it out, which you wouldn't know. See, now everything's getting broken because we have okay. Everything okay?
So many loose dogs.
I know, it's really bad.
There's a German Shepherd. This is the second.
Yeah. Yeah, he's bigger too, right? Yeah. No, that's the one I see. It's trapped in like a really small yard. When you're going that way? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Like 2 blocks.
Yeah, maybe 3.
Yeah. He lives, if you went left on the block that you probably saw him from.
Yeah.
That's where he's at.
He's on the right both times. But
Yeah.
he's loose, so
Yeah.
it could be anywhere.
All right, be right back. Dinner time. All right. Sounds good.
You are a good boy.
Yeah, he's so good with other dogs. They're so mean to him.
I mean,
I know. He's just a big dope and he's such a sweetheart to them and they're just so mean to him. It's so weird. Yeah, that's
I
good.
don't even want to chance it.
No.
And I have Oda. I don't even.
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
You're a good boy. As bad as last time.
Yeah, I was walking Calvin. I should actually play the video because it's probably on my cameras. But I was coming home and there's the neighbor, one of our neighbors across the street has like 5 chihuahuas. And they are just getting more and more brazen with Calvin. And this last time, one of them charged him and was like, and it was like coming up to him and trying to bite him in his muzzle. And Calvin is so good with aggressive dogs. where he's just like, hey, like, can we be friends? And these dogs are like, I'm gonna kill you. And he's so good. You don't deserve these dogs in this neighborhood, man. I tell you that. And I don't mean that like they're too good for you. I mean that like you're too good for them. No, we're too far into the city for that to happen, Jacob. I love every dog, but if there were a breed exception, yeah. And our other neighbors are so great. They leash their dogs. They don't have a fenced-in area, and they've got like it's like a Rottweiler or some sort of strong jaw breed, you know, and they're so good with them, and their dogs are so sweet. And these Chihuahuas are just like terrorists. Yeah, it's just like, guys, chill out. Oh, wild, even in SoCal. Yeah, there's not really coyotes around here. We have more of a bald eagle and a hawks. And bald eagles are like a real problem for farmers in they'll take sheep. They'll just like pick up a sheep and they'll be like, that was mine now. I got it, bro. Because they're just giant birds. Yeah, I do. In California, there was a lot of coyotes. Maybe they just need some hair loss treatment. They look like they're prematurely bald. You should see this buffet the farmer set up for us. They even cheer when we grab them. It's like a sport to them. So I think what we need to do is wait for them to free. Well, let me see here. Okay, I think what's going on is this is creating a race condition. It's a race war. I wonder if the farmers clear the coyotes and foxes here. I could see that. Calvin, don't unplug everything. Here it's all agricultural, so much less a reason to retaliate. Oh no, we're like 100% like ag. Although, I mean, there is like, where I'm at, it's 95% export milk and dairy, so there's a lot of cow. Luckily, we're the wind directions, you don't smell it. Like, it's not a problem. Sometimes the winds will not favor you, and that day it's a cow day. It smells like cow today. So if we're queue freeing, we should add each child to an array to check if they're still in the middle of that process and wait until they are done. And when they're done, bar freeing children. Array of nodes. Pinned child. Ooh, child. Okay. And then we for loop that again. Child node. Or do we do a while? Do we open up a gateway into the infinity with a wow statement? Ooh. Var. Children exists. True. While children. We got to spell right here. Children exist. While exists, we for loop, and then we just keep checking. Stay a while and listen. What are you buying? Want some more music? What does children exist? Oh, that's me. I prefer not like this. I don't know why. I just find it easier to reason about. No joy, boys. We're in the portal of infinity. Okay, hang on. Now, that's what's interesting about this is we do it on something where there's no. Oh, hold on a second. It's almost like it's grabbing. Like if I comment this out, it still breaks the connections. And that's weird. See, that's strange to me. I wonder if something tells me this is going to be a bitch to figure out. Oh man, because it's like well, we can still just wait. Let's see what we have here. Connections layer is missing. Oh, okay. I know what's going on. Yes. Okay. So it's specifically in the docs on graph edit. Connection layer. Keep in mind that node get children will also return a connection layer named connection layer due to technical limitations. So I need to not free this one. So if I see a node named connection layer, we need to be like, you're cool, bro. We're just going to pretend like you don't exist. That's what's going on. So for each node, if child's name does not equal connection layer, then we free it. And we'll reload and see if... so it needs to keep that. See, this is what, this is... Old Cricket wouldn't read the docs as verbosely. And Old Cricket would be stuck for a long time. Be like, oh, I don't know. And it'd be like 2 days of me banging my head against the wall on it. Okay. Okay, so that's good. Now we'll do it again. So that explains why I couldn't move anything either. I was like, what the hell's going on with that? Like, why can't I move anything? Load it again. And just to know that it's changed, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move everything around like this. And we'll even change the connections here. I'll make another one here. Okay. And then we'll load it. Okay, but the connections didn't work. Oh, and that's probably because of the... It's probably because of the C names. And this is likely the race condition that I was talking about. The race war. Okay, so... Freeing children. While children exist... Let's just make sure the while loop works. Okay, we're getting so close, boys. It's funny, I do this, I don't even know. Okay, so we're... See, I don't think we're going to be checking for null. I think there's some sort of exists thing. Print debug. See, they all still exist. So we do have to wait. There's a function in Godot to check if something... Get null, node or null. It's expecting a node path. And in that case, what we should do is child get path. So we should just record the path to the child, since we can use this. And then we say string. And then we say get node or null here. String children, and this should be a string. Okay. Okay. This should do it. I should have been done with this already. Why is it taking so long? It's just attempted to push back a variable of type node path into a typed array of string. Node or null. Node path. Get path returns node path. Okay. Node path. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Man, I'm gonna be so much more productive now that a jackass called me out. Isn't that helpful? It's like, oh, I'm gonna cook more often. Now, if I could just have the same jackass be like, hey, you need to get up sooner in the morning, I'll be all set. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let me get it. Oh, we opened up a gateway into infinity. We are in infinity, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, boom. It's 2 a.m. Let's go. It's like my dad, dude. 4:30. Oh, that was the worst because my parents were split, and I saw my dad every other weekend. And you know, I got up just in time to reach the bus because when I lived in the bus picked us up right out, like it was right outside of the housing place that we lived in, and so I could literally just like hear the bus coming, get my clothes on, and get out there in time because it was picking up like 30 kids. And then on the weekends that I was with my dad, it was like 4:30 in the morning. So this was like 8:15, you know, getting up to go to school, not miss the bus. Which is something I will never, ever, ever do again. I missed the bus. I missed the bus. Anyways, he'd wake up at like 4:30 in the morning and be like, let's go. Like, what the hell, Dad? It's 4:30 in the morning. But I get it. I mean, he's only got the 2 days to see this kid, so he's just like, we're going. I don't want to miss a second. 5 a.m. each day, and if I force myself to wake up early, I'm not as groggy. Yeah, what we're having is there was some update to iPhones recently. And it used to be that when you had an alarm set, it had like a separate volume control and it was very reliable. But lately, since this update, it's just like, yeah, I I didn't feel like it today. Because what I do is I put my phone on my desk, so I have to get up and turn off the alarm, typically, right? But now the iPhones are just like, yeah, you know, you just look so good sleeping there. I just thought I wouldn't wake you up. So I don't know what the hell's going on with the iPhone alarms now, but they're just like, I just didn't feel like it today. Oh, this always returns a node, even if it doesn't exist. Speaking of being a cow day, this is fucking wrong. This. Damn it. Dude, why is checking for if a node exists or not such a pain in the ass? Just to, yeah, the stank wind. Problem is you get used to it. You invite company over and they're like, what stinks? And you're like, what are you talking about? That's when you know. You're like, oh shit, I'm one of those people. Smells like freedom. Smells like American cheese. I like that I get all Alex Jonesy. That's my Alex Jones. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Well, I could just get a count. Let's try that. So this is another way to do it, possibly. They turn those couchies into farts. M just comes in and looks at the chat and is like, what the hell? Like, what were they talking about? It's coming along, M. I'm going to need you to do your best dispatch voice for this game, okay? No! Wait, do I even need... Hang on a second. Do I even need to do this anymore now that I have... Okay, hang on a second. We might not need to even worry about this. Yep. I got to get all the radio traffic and everything figured out. I want people to learn what the numbers, the call numbers are, so that when cops are lying to you in person, you know it. Because in these videos, they'll to people's faces, they'll be like, oh no, yeah, I totally believe you. And then they'll be like, yeah, 10:15 or whatever. It's like, I'm about to arrest the motherfucker is basically what he's saying to dispatch. And, or I don't know if that's right for 10:15, but it's just like, they'll just openly to someone's face be like, no man, no, yeah, totally. And it's like, I'm gonna tase and murder this guy. He's using a code to tell dispatch. So I want people to know what those numbers mean. Yeah, what's your 1020? Preparation H in my rear and Smokey the Bear in the back door. Oh my god, the format. Yeah, that's I'm not reading all that. I'm happy for you. Or not. It depends. So we'll just try the Q free. I didn't get rid of the, damn it. Didn't get rid of the code. So I have this theory about Doc Brown that I've talked about it before, but that he was suicidal. Damn it. So if I do free instead of Q free, it's immediate. Is instance valid? This is what we need. Damn it, this is what we need. See, you go to the you go to these forums and people are like, this is it. No. No! Ah! What the fuck is going on? He's losing his mind. You know what, Conrad? I just had a thought. Because we were talking. I don't know if you're here or not. I guess I should find that out before I continue on. Returns true if instance is a valid object. An example has not been deleted from memory. The end of the current frame. I'm wondering. Send ice cubes. Today's an overcast day. Is it like real dusty today? Ooh, yeah, I think I should probably close the window. Dude, Tapper, I'm just in Godot hell right now trying to identify when a node has been deleted. I'm wondering if the problem is that freeing is not a threaded task. And so it's queued, but it's not going to happen until this, sometime after this function is even done. Right? Yeah. There we go. I got it. So I'm using free instead of queue free because queue free is like, queue free fires the, there's like a function you can override that's like, hey, you're about to be free. Do you want to do something? Like, is there any mise en place you want to do before you get freed? My friend? So any last words, mother effer? Okay, so we've got that right. Jeez Louise, man. Now, if it's instant, do I even need this? Let's get rid of this altogether. And let's move. We'll create a connection here. Like so. And we'll go like this. And we'll go like this. And now we'll load a new one. Yeah, it looks like we're good. Golly. What a waste of time. Okay, well. Fmod Windows, the only thing we fight about. I wanted to be a good Godoer and really nicely free my stuff and not leak anything, but I found that's impossible, at least for my brain. That's why I cache everything, dude. It's just like, this is where everything is. I'll never free anything until the game is closed. And then Godot will take care of it. But I try to avoid this very thing. And in this case, because we're dealing with a, I'm not going to cache all this stuff. We're dealing with an add-on and all that. It's like, I don't care for this. Like, it's not the running game. Ultimately, all that matters is this file here for the game. So this is going to be loaded in an entirely different process than the way we load it for this. Maybe we do want that. Do we need to clear the connections? It looks like it. There we go. Okay. It's very shopping mall-y. It's this guy who just does remixes in different genres of Pokemon music. 20% off jeans. It's like you're at the Gap. If you're at the Gap, it'd be like... This is more like you're at Kmart, or like you're like at a Rite Aid or a Walgreens. All right. So now we need to flush this out and flush this out, and then we're all set for load, like truly having a fresh start when we load. Let's commit what we've done. Okay, I'll be right back. I don't have to run ads. I don't run ads right now. We're all whatchamacallums, so no ads for you, brothers. I'll be right back. They're repaving our road in a really weird way. BT dubs. They tarred it and then they just put a bunch of rock on top of it, and it's all white now. So I assume they're gonna come back and tar that. I'll be right back, Tapper, to answer your question. The plant lady are actually the good ones and Batman's the rich asshole. I think they're all equally bad. I mean, Mr. Freeze was literally trying to freeze the entire Earth in the plot of that movie. And, but yeah, it is kind of funny. It's like they kind of have a point. You think to even it out at the end, you'd have Batman like doing something about, you know, global warming. Yeah. I always thought that Batman made more sense as a poor person's story. That somebody who would dress up and be a vigilante like that would be someone who had no money. And I like, it feels like the Joker would be the rich person. You know, I always thought it was like backwards. Yeah, but that's when you steal it. You steal it all. You steal the money. And that makes more sense of how they wouldn't be able to figure it out. Like, because the other thing about Batman is it's like clearly Bruce Wayne. It's all this advanced tech and everything. And it's like, well, I wonder who could be doing this. Like, wait a minute. Santa Claus isn't real, by the way. BT dubs. Okay. Tapper, let me go back to your question. Cricket, I'm too lazy to read in this heat with these graphs. Do they give me these boxes for me to draw onto a canvas? Or do they only give you complete control within the thing, within the grid and everything? Okay. Let me plot this out for you. We're going to go back and forth between Godot and a little drawing. Ah, my eyes. There we go. Okay. So there's really only two things you need to know about. Graph edit, that's the runs the show. Okay? And then you have graph node. Now, the way that it works is graph edit is the parent to many or however many graph nodes you add. So, okay. So you add graph nodes to a graph edit, and that's how you get these dudes. Graph node is this scene. How do I print screen in Windows? Guys, how do you do that in Windows? Shit. How do you take a screenshot in Windows? No. No, that's save. No, that's... How do you... Ah! Windows S? No. Shift S? There we go. Okay. So this whole window here, this is graph edit, this window here. Okay? If you think about it in the scene tree, this is the parent. And graph node is these guys here. Okay? The connections between the nodes, graph edit is responsible for. All right. Now, each of these points here are referred to. Let me get a smaller. And let's make it blue. Each of these points here are referred to as ports. So this is just so you understand the language. Okay? And then each of these points, and we'll use green, each of these points here, like active, this thing here, this thing here, this thing here, and this thing here, these are slots. They're real slotty. They get around. That's how you can know the difference. You don't have as many ports. There's fewer ports than there are slots. I guess there'd be more ports than. Anyways. All right. So these little guys here are slots. You said those weren't consistently named. When you said those, what are those that you're talking about? So if you look at the move to, I was never taught about ports and slots. You mentioned something was sometimes referred to as slots and sometimes, yeah. That was a little bit of confusion on my part that it took me a while to figure it out. Or not really a while. It's just like, I thought they were interchangeable, but they're not. Ports are when you have slots that can be connected to other slots. So at the creation of the graph node, you define what slots are have available ports. There's a slot in every port. So each control child of a graph node, these three here, this graph node has 4 slots. Now you tell it which side, you say left or right on this slot is open for connections. Now you've made a port. And that's what these little dots are here, okay? You can define the color of the ports. You can even make, you can add like a drop down to this title thing here. Is slot port 1 to 1? No. So in this case, this would be port 0 and this would be port 1. But this up here, this is slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, and slot 4. Sorry, slot 0, slot 1, slot 2. You get point. But I can send or connect one port to all. Yeah, it's a well, it depends. I actually haven't tried. Yeah, you can't. You can allow for so the way that it works is the right side is output, the left side is input. But in Graph Edit, you can specify where is it? Right disconnects. No, that's just the logic of it. Yeah. So left side is out, or right side is output, left side is input. Okay? So you can have a one to many connection from your output to the inputs. One output, many inputs. Does that make sense? So for instance, like if I go back over here, I can add another move to, and from event start, I can connect another one to it like that. Okay? Okay, yeah. What I don't understand yet is how do I connect ports with slots? Are all the slots getting the port data? You're responsible for, there's a signal that's emitted from graph node. Fucking using an LLM. How the fuck would I just, anyways. So, on Graph Edit, you'll get a notification that a connection is being requested. That happens when you do, when you have two ports and you're trying to connect them together. And actually, you may be able to connect. I'm creating this logic, so you may be able to connect any way you want. This is the way I've set it up, so I could be wrong about that. But when you do this, you see the snap? So this is, they have the same type. So this is another important thing. Slots, you give a type to. A type is just an enum. It can be whatever you want. Obsidian suggested it. It's a great idea that you just use the initial Godot types, which starts from 0 to like 48. And it's like, you know, vec3, vec3i, bool, all that shit, right? So that's what I've done. So when you have the same type for the same slot, then you'll have the snapping, this thing happening here. When you let go, that sends a signal to GraphEdit that says, hey, someone's trying to make a connection. And it's up to you to say, all right, I know what to do now. I'll take care of it. You're responsible for that. GraphEdit, if you don't have that set up and you do this, nothing will happen. You'll let go and it won't make the connection. It's up to you to figure out the logic of, am I going to allow this connection to happen or not? You just want it to work. Right. So that's everything that I've set up. That's the crazy, and then the ability for this abstraction to mean something. That's what I've set up. And that's what I'm proud of, but apparently is really easy and simple to do. Now, Cricket's still bitter. But I feel like I've done something pretty incredible here because I've laid this foundation for this thing, and I'm going to be able to just create all kinds of these things and have them do stuff for me now. I'm sorry, I don't want to like question every little thing here, but can I render one graph node, or do I have to use GraphEdit always? It's a control, so I think in theory you can just throw it into a scene somewhere. Like I could make a user interface here, and you could just add GraphEdit, I imagine. I'm actually not sure. I've never tried that. But they're all controls, so technically you should be able to. Yeah, you can. Oh, that's GraphEdit. Sorry, let me do graph node. One thing I don't like is I feel like their names are kind of interchangeable, but they're not really. All right, so we have this scene here. Let me just run it. Ah, shit. You know what? It's I gotta get rid of the dash E. I'm running the debug in the Yeah, you can just throw it in there. I probably won't have to line stuff right because the graph yeah, because GraphEdit is responsible for that. So I mean we could try I'd have to attach a script, and then we'd have to say set slot enabled left 0 true. Let's try it. Yeah, you get the little dots. I don't know that you would get the behavior of dragging between them though, because it's not a child of GraphEdit, and GraphEdit's responsible for the connections. So I think you do have to have GraphEdit in order to do that, unless you want to create your own. I mean, that would be you'd really be working against the system at that point. But there's nothing to stop you from just building this from using controls from scratch. You know, and just making your own. Yeah, but the thing about GraphEdit is this zoom in and zoom out, the grid, the snapping, like all of this stuff, the organization button, all of this, you get all of this for free. and the mini map, and it's an infinite grid. Oh no, you can change all that, dude. That's all themable. It's just like any other control in Godot. It's got themes, theming that you can override right here. Here's all the theme properties right here. So you can totally change the look of it, and then you would do the same thing to graph node. You can theme the crap out of this. As a matter of fact, if you look at in Godot, look at shader editor, right? This is graph node, but it looks different. This is a graph node, and this is graph edit. They've just they've done some work here. You see here, this is all. So this is me. On mine, I've got file add. This is outside of graph edit. Oops, I just crashed Godot. So yeah, it's already here. It's already it's being used inside Godot. Gee, please mount up. It's like Rough Riders. That's just a V-box. Yeah, so let me show you the yeah. Where is it? It's editor. So this is the actual scene layout here. That you're seeing, all of this is this here, and then graph edit is this part right here. And so if you look at it in the scene editor, it looks like this. In the control editor. So that's what this is. The real complexity of this system that I've built is that it talks to, and you know Godot, Taper, so I think you'll understand why this is like a little bit of a like, whoa, that's interesting. This system talks to this scene. And so that's a little bit of the like magic. Oh, how's he doing that kind of thing? That's because there's no, I don't think very many people are using it, dude. It's very powerful, very powerful. I think it's one of the underutilized tools of Godot. And frankly, for software development, what do you know what you can do, Tapper, that's really interesting? And I forget the function call. And I think it's up by, I want to believe it's up at object. But you can ask object to describe everything that it inherits it. And so you can get this list here. And what's really cool, and I did this before when I first learned about graph edit, is you can instantiate each of these as a node and make a connection to them from object. And then for each of them, traverse into them and look at them and then create a connection for each of their children and so on. And you can build out the hierarchy of the Godot API in graph node. And it's like, I did it way back in the day in like 3 something, like 3.2. And it's like, I think it was like 7 lines of code. And it just poops out an entire hierarchy, a visual hierarchy using nodes of what, yeah, you can just dump the API tree out in here and see all of its connections. And you could, on the slots, you could print out very easily, you could print out each like method, each property, each signal, as like a big filled out thing. And like the return types and all that stuff, you could structure it and just show it in this big monolithic tree, like node thing. I forget what it's called. There's some function calls to see what something can inherit. It might be a GD script call or a global. It might actually be something in GD script or global scope. How's it going, Els? I kind of like the UI system in Godot. I never did it in other engines and stuff. The only thing I did not find is that control that lets you select open find resources. I'm using so I'm just using file dialog for that. And I have used native on, so it uses the native OS browser. So like here, I've told it that I specifically am locked into a folder called events, and I can only open TRES files. And then for load, I do the same thing, but the opposite. Basically, you pick the one you want to load, and then you choose open. So that's when you do file dialog, that's in this filters thing. It's a pack string array. You just increase the size, and it's a regex for like how you want it to behave. And then you can even regex what file names you're allowed to show. But a lot of stuff with Godot is really clicking for me. And particularly doing these jam games and these limited time things creates a kind of like thinking that I get really creative with, I feel like. And so but one of the things that sort of like changed my thinking about Godot was when I was doing the inner tube game. And I was creating the level editor, and I needed my wife to be able to like make the stuff while I was working on this other stuff. And like I wanted her to design where the boats were and where they were going and all that stuff. And a lot of stuff just started sort of clicking for me, where I realized I could use a packed scene as like a data structure. Like the boat themselves, the path that she's drawn, all of that stuff. I could open the pack scene up, look inside of it, grab those things, and then do what I wanted with it, which might be different than what I need for somebody who's editing the level to be doing. And so it liberated me because they could just use the Godot, this editor here, the scene tree and all that stuff, what made sense for them to just see on the screen. But I needed it to kind of exist as a different form for the game to do what it was doing. And once that sort of fit together in my head, I was like, oh shit. It freed me from having to create a bunch of tooling. Ironically, with this game, I'm kind of going back to some of that thinking. But this is more to embrace that idea that I had in the first place. Because when you see that I'm adding stuff and it's adding it to the scene and all that stuff, that's like that idea that I had. But now I can save and load it in this different way. But visually, we can still see it on the scene here. I wonder if Wahlberg did it like that too. I don't know. He did play the inner tube game only for like 5 seconds, but it was cool. He still played it. Yeah, but one of the more satisfying things about the inner tube game. No jam lately. One of the coolest things about the inner tube game is that thing that I've talked about with is this photo with Shiggy right here. This, when I made the inner tube game, a lot of people didn't like the controls, but when it clicked for people, and I was surprised who it clicked for. Like my 8-year-old daughter, she got it. And like there were different people who just like it clicked, and then I got to see this. Like people were literally smiling and having fun playing something that I made, and it was a jam game. And like generally jam games are pretty jank, and you kind of have to forgive a lot and go, okay, I see what they're going for or whatever. But it was really cool to see this happen, that I made this happen to people. Like a couple of streamers played it and it just like, it clicked for them and they like were like happy and enjoying it. And there was like all these little surprises. Like if you spent the time to actually play the game, it actually kind of, I don't know. That was the part where I was like, yeah, I think I can make games. Like, I think I have enough now where it's like, okay, I think I can actually make something that's like a real experience. So but yeah, so much of it clicks. Like I'll show it off here really quick again, the editor for the. But for this game, for the prototype L's, I do have a 30-day like time window to get the prototype going. It's so funny how long this project takes to open now. It actually messes up the stream. What in the heck is going on? Why won't it? There we go. It's still loading. Any second now. So this was the stage editor, and everything just clicked. I made this boundary tool so that if you did, because it's a physics game, if you somehow got out of the bounds of the level, it would detect that. And it was easy to draw out the boundaries for my wife, for instance. And this is the example of what I mean, where everything's sort of like, I started using this more like what I've seen and behind the scenes stuff for people making games and everything, where it was like, okay, I was just going to make the tools necessary to sort of design something, and then I'll ingress it all and handle it myself. I could have been better about it, but it was just like, you need to put boosts inside boosts, and you need to put vessels inside vessels. And I wasn't doing any checks. If I had time, I would have. I did do a check when I was loading it, and I would check the children and be like, are you a vessel? Are you a vessel? Are you a vessel? Are you a vessel? And then the other thing that I did is I did other assertions where it's like, a vessel must have this. And I would assert, and then that way we would know immediately if something was wrong, because we're in a scripting language, right? And you can't get compile time errors and all that kind of stuff. So I'm starting to use assertions more heavily as a way of just declaring this should be true. And if it isn't, I need to find out about it before the player does. So I'm using assertions very heavily to state what should be true and fail before it gets to the player. So I use assertions in a way where it's like, when I encounter a bug and it's because something is missing or whatever, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to assert that on ready, because I know that I preload everything in the game. And so I'll get that assertion like immediately, or at least on stage load, right? It'll assert then. And then I know immediately I encountered this bug because something was empty or something that shouldn't have been. And now it's like yelling at me, hey, that thing is bad. You need to fix it. And it helps protect from like somebody who's editing it or whatever if they forget to do something. And it was just like, we're blasting through it or whatever. Anyways, I'm pretty proud of this. And yeah, the controls still need a little bit of work. I did improve them before I submitted the jam. What's funny is I did the press and hold thing because everyone said they wanted that. And like when Wallaber played it, he's like, I really wish I didn't have to press and hold. And I was trying to tell him, this happens whenever anybody I respect tries to play anything I play. I'm trying to talk to them in chat, and then they're just kind of not seeing what I'm saying. And it's like a train wreck. But I was trying to say, no, you can just tap, you know. But I put it in the press and hold because people said they wanted that, and then they didn't. When I did it, it was like, oh, I actually like the other way. I got used to it. And then the thing that Wallaber was saying is the thing that I took out because enough people were saying they didn't like it, which was that it was too fast and everything. And I liked it fast. And Wallaber said he wished it was faster. And I, you know, and that's why if I was to make the game, I would have different like characters with different speeds or something like that to solve the problem of like, I like it slower, I like it faster, whatever, you know. It's interesting to see that kind of thing. But yeah, but you have to have an opinion when you make a game. And I felt like I was making a jam game and I needed the unique controls is like something that you would do in a jam game. And so I didn't do the WASD thing or anything like that because I felt like it's a jam. Like it's supposed to be, you know, that's how you get a game like what's that programming game where you Baba Is You, right? You don't get a Baba Is You by being like careful as far as like I worry that people might not get this or whatever. You just try it and it either clicks or it doesn't. So I'm proud of it. I didn't know I could have you guys vote in the jam. And so I feel bad because the game that won, I couldn't actually get to work. And I tried it many times because it was getting such high marks. I was like, I must not be understanding something. And I kept trying to play it and I just like couldn't get it to work for me. And but I'm proud. I mean, I did 6th and I didn't send anybody out to vote on it or anything. So I'm proud of it. But Sean is exactly like me in chat. When I'm in someone's chat, I'm just trying to make them laugh. But the reference, I don't know the reference that he I don't know the reference. Anyways, I hope that helps explain it to you. Blue Well, sorry, the gunship thing doesn't do anything. I got to get rid of that. I'm sorry about that. I have the same self-expectation thing going, but only internal. I don't care about my placement. Yeah. I waste your channel points here. I always redeem them. They get the money back. I reject and refund. I still want to win. I'm just I was and I feel like it's the same thing with this, but it's a bit more chill because I'm not doing it. I'm doing 30 days, but I'm not doing it in 30 days. So there's going to be times that I'm not working on this, you know? But yeah, I was certainly possessed with it. I saw the game in my head on day 1 when I got the water going and I got the player controller in there and I was able to move it. And I was instantly like, okay, I know what I'm going to do. And I didn't end up making that game because we're doing a jam and it's like, okay, I would love for it to be this like branching path thing and all this. But I knew if I tasked my wife with doing some level editing, which she could do that. And I could just focus on getting everything else in it working. And the polish and everything, I feel like I really, you know, it's really good. But yeah, I could see the end and I freaked everyone out. I think on the last day, because the stage wasn't designed. Like, it was laid out and everything, but I hadn't put in all the pickups and everything because I built the tools to edit it all, and I trusted it so much that I literally waited to the last day to do any of that, and literally like the last hour and a half. And I didn't get to put it all in, but I got to put the majority of it in. And that was the craziest part, was that I think everyone was like, there's no game here yet. And I'm like, don't worry. And it's funny because I've read about like SimCity and games. Some games aren't games until like literally the last month. And SimCity, I think the original SimCity was like that, where they were it was so systems heavy that they were just building it all. And then at the very end, they're like, okay, now we have to actually balance it all. Because it's like one person trying out like one logical idea of the game system. And then they all sort of put it together and then balance the numbers out. I think that's typical for like those sim style games. It's like you're more testing the systems to make sure they don't break for a good while. And so sometimes you like over exaggerate the number of something in order to know how it responds to something like that, even if it might not ever see that number or whatever. Okay, so we're going to clear out the objects from here and in here. I stress tested my Riz by talking to one woman, hit a bottleneck performance instantly. But one thing that's really cool, that I think is cool, is if you click on the tab here for the scene editor, it'll load the event editor at the bottom. So check that out. That's actually pretty cool, I think. And then the other thing too is if you're over here and you click on event editor and you don't have it open here, like if I closed it out, it would open it back up. Which I think is pretty cool too. Wahoo! Instead you went whoa, 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 whoa. I imagine you wouldn't have any problems with the lady, Sean. You're a nice guy. I don't think there's any. You don't have any Riz issues. What are you talking about? I can't imagine dating in today's age, though. I feel like I dodged a bullet. Holy crap. So we have references to Can I take the blue pill and the red pill at the same time? Now I'm only seeing 3 tiny Morphuses in a trench coat.
Do you believe it? Now, Trinity. He's beginning to believe.
You know, I could just clear out everything. Ah, this is easy. Oh, it's not editor plugin. It's event editor. Scene editor. UI objects. Or child node in this might not work because I think I made it static after. So I might have to reload. Ha! Okay. Now we just need to clear out this side here. And that's pretty straightforward too. All right. Object list. All right. All we gotta do is clear object list, and we're golden. Oh, but we also need to flush out. Okay, there's one other thing we have to do too. Clear. File load. So what I'm looking at is that we're not continuing to instantiate multiple police cars from the old, like we're clearing them out, right? So there we go. So no police car. So the problem here is we have references to this stuff in like this. Is this even being used anywhere? 20 matches. It's got to be. I think we're referencing it inside of the node, the graph node, so we can reference. It's just a point or two, and we don't need to do it that way. If we don't mess with this, then they'll have the exact index that we need. It's really if we start adding it where you can click in here and delete things that things are gonna get hairy, and we're gonna have to start referencing. I guess we would need a dictionary in that case. That would be the brain dead way to do it, where we don't have to worry about anything too complicated. We just use a dictionary and just erase the corresponding entry. But this needs to be cleared. And is there any other? That's it. I think that's everything, bros. I think that's everything for now. So we go here and we say objects, clear. Just clear everything. And let's try it. So we're gonna load this. Look at the scene. There's our cop car. We only have one. Hit start. 1, 2. It goes there. It goes back. All right. Everything. This house is clear. We're all set for now. Holy smokes! Let's make the game now, boys. This is it. So day 7, 1 week of work, and we're now to the point where I can start building a city and figuring out, like, we're gonna have to do pathing for like vehicles on the ground, stuff like that, right? So we actually get to make the game now. Holy smokes. Well, this is exciting. What I'm going to use to prototype with is, so ultimately I'm probably going to use something called Blockbench, which is something that got keyed into me from Jacob. And it's just a really simple low poly editor that that allows you to texture and add the emissions, like the you see here we have the sign here is an emission, and I think you can do normals and stuff too if you want. I don't know that I'll be doing that initially. We're just gonna go for like a little bit of a low poly vibe, but not PlayStation level. But just like because I'm an idiot. And so it just lets you subdivide, you know, it's I don't know if this is stupid, if I should just learn Blender kind of thing. But you can rig as well, I believe. Yeah, that's all rigged. Dude, look at this. This is like super oh, look at that. There's roughness. That's cool. This is very PS1 Gran Turismo. Anyways, it's really the ingrained way that texture editing works with this that is appealing to me as a workflow. It allows us to save them as GTLF files, which is what we want in Godot land. And I'm hoping to be able to yeah, and you still get like LOD and all that kind of stuff too. So anyways, so that's what I'm hoping to use for designing my own stuff. But for this prototype, we're not going to be doing that at all. Primarily, we'll be gray boxed. But there is something from Kenny. He's got some city and street stuff that we're going to use. Just to have something pretty to look at. But this is absolutely not going to be... You know what I fucking hate about streaming game development? Is for some reason... Like... If... And I guess this is just the way people are. But it's like, oh... like if you say, hey, it's not actually going to look like this. Some people just don't... I feel like some people just don't get that. It's like, no. You have to imagine. Please imagine, you know. It's like you're pitching a movie. Like, imagine this. Imagine that. It's like, well, I don't see it in front of me. I mean, George Lucas had to do that when he was pitching Star Wars. He's like, these guys can't think of things that I'm describing. So I'll just pay an artist to just draw the movie for me. It'd be like, look, here's what it's going to look like, okay? What is it's called Space Cop, okay. I told you, I'm good with people. So we have industrial and suburban and what have you. And then we have the city roads. This is pretty much all we need to prototype what we're doing. And then if he's got a bunch of cars and stuff, we'll probably use all of this. Sorry, Kenny. Well, why won't you pay me money? Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Kenny. but... I should consider, like, any money I make streaming, I should tithe 10%, like the church. All right, bros. I will be right back. I've got to use the restroom, refresh my drink. And damn, guys, we're ready to go. All right. Where'd the music go? Firefox crashed. Bro. Proton, what's up? How you doing, man? Let me do a shout out. In the demo scene, Proton doing all kinds of cool stuff. Makes great music. Sees like all kinds of like low level assembly programming for different machines. All the like if you know the demo stuff, then definitely give Proton a follow. Yeah, I'm just trying to get some assets ready. Starting tomorrow, we're gonna actually start working on like making the real logic of the game. We have we've made a system for like a graph node editing thing for the game. I'm actually about to rename the whole thing before we get going on getting the assets going here. But it's a scenario editor. That's what somebody had suggested. I think that's the best name for it, is a scenario editor. That was actually Blue Whale. I don't know if Blue Whale's still here. And I'm spelling scenario wrong. That's why you check before you there we go. Okay. Scenario. I've been saying this word wrong my whole life. That wouldn't surprise me. I hope you're doing good, man. Red, how you doing? I'm thinking we need to reload. Do you happen to know if anybody would need a faster paced music for a game or any other purpose? Off the top of my head, no. I know nickname generator failed is working on a game. He's getting close to getting the Steam page and everything going. I don't know if he's looking for music or not. That might be somebody you want to check with. I'm trying to think. Conrad, although I think he's doing his own music. I don't know if Conrad's in the chat right now. Do a shout out to Conrad. Oh, Conrad, how are you on music for your game? Is it something you're making yourself, or are you still looking for something? On the team at some point I've decided. Nice. Do you have like a vision of what the music's going to be like? Okay. But it's still called event editor somewhere. Why? Where is that coming from? Boom. Okay. All right, we've renamed everything. Scenario editors. That's what we're sticking with that. God, look at all this stuff that it touched. Disgusting. Okay. All right. Locked in. Now let's export. Let's decompress these assets and move on from there. Get the block site. The block. I went to it. I got the warning. I'm a hooked. Okay. The only problem with this is I'm going to spend time getting someone else's way of producing art to work for this in order to prototype, and then I am going to have to remove that later. So that's the only thing that kind of sucks about this. See, this is the kind of shit that, God, if we can just get to a point where it's like, hey, could you just move all this and rename it all for me? Oh. All right, now it's going to import, but it's only going to import the ones we need, so it shouldn't take that long. Okay. Dude, Firefox crashed again. What is going on? Bloody hell. And then it's... Ah, it messed up my marker. Lame. All right, guys. Hope you guys are appreciating the fewer commercial interruptions. I liked running ads. It was fun. It was like, oh, it reminded me to take breaks. So that's the only thing that's not happening now is I'm not, it's like, hey, my back is hurting. Oh yeah, that's right. I should probably get up and walk around. Wow, that didn't take as much time as I thought it did. I thought that was going to be the whole rest of the stream getting those assets going. Speaking of taking a break, I'll be right back. Give me just like 2 seconds. I gotta go tinkle again. Ugh. I don't know how he knows I'm gonna grab food. Somehow he figures it out. He's so smart. He hears something or... Curious if I can show you guys my kids playing in the yard. I know, they're too smart, man. Not remote playback, I want to be main view. Here's my son. Okay, so that's not it. Let me plug in the other one. A very stern looking face on the wife. He's in trouble. Here we go. You guys want to see my kids playing in the trampoline instead? I think that's probably better. You can see her playing with the dog. What channel is this? Wah. Give me a second here. I'm going to duplicate. Can you right click, copy, paste, reference? What does that mean? I mean, if I change it, it changes for both. L2. Yes, it changes it for both. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that cute? That's the left side that you guys can't see of the yard. So this is front yard number 1 you're seeing right there in the front. And this is front yard number 1. That's like 1A, 1B, and then there's one, oh, there's a pool. You can kind of see the pool over there, our little blow up pool. There's Mr. Pig. And then the trampoline. Anyways. Too much. God, I've done so much work to it too, and it just never ends. All right. So we're gonna save the city. As its own scene. In theory, this is going to be the hardest part of this entire game idea. If we go into like actually making the whole thing. And this is why I wanted to build this scenario editor. Because I knew, I know that I'm going to be prototyping like the layout of the city, all this stuff I'm going to be changing quite often. So if I have this editor system in place, I can do some fairly radical things, like for all of the move tos. Let's say I move the streets around, right? I can just have it be like, okay, I'm going to run through all these scenarios and check the move to locations and make sure they don't collide with any, like that they're not running into a building or something now. And like, is it pointing, is a police's move to, like a police car's move to, is that still pointing at a road? That kind of thing. From their checkpoints instead of raw vectors. When you say checkpoint, what do you mean? Like a node object in the world? The problem with that, specifically for roads, is if I delete it, yeah, the real problem is if I delete. And I guess if I delete it, that's on that level I could check. Like, hey, you're deleting this thing. Is it referenced anywhere? Like if it's a, like if the road is like a grid element and I delete that particular road and we're pointing, I see what you're saying. So we're pointing to that particular road in a script. I can go through each script and just look, is anything in here referencing this? And then yell at me about it. Yeah, that's another way to do it. The reason I'm a little hesitant to do that, and I still haven't quite figured this out, right. Well, a vector is still fine because of how I'm going to do pathfinding. We're gonna grab that import script that we made in the tubing game. My wife made tamales. They're amazing. Tamales for life, man. You got so many complaints about. I didn't realize the fan in the background was making the mic pick up so much. So like for a good while, I didn't know people were just hearing me eat. Yeah. And they're only going to get better from here. Import scripts was another powerful thing about Godot that I definitely have underutilized, and I'm going to be using a lot more. It allows you to modify the structure of something like a mesh import, so that normally you like instance a scene. At least this is how I would do it. I would instance a scene that references it, and then I would add the like collision details if it wasn't in the
What the
model.
dog doing?
Yeah. But now that I can do it, I can just have it run, and now anytime this mesh changes, it'll automatically adjust the model's collision details for the scene. If I have it set up right. Maybe I don't. Did I not re-import? No, I think I did. Yep, creating collisions. There we go. Yeah, so this created the collision shape for us automatically. Now when I drag in anything from these sources here, I get the collision shape and all that stuff created automatically. And if the shape of the mesh changes, it'll update the collision shape as well. Techno chicken bok trap music. Mm-hmm. Comments on this music video include, or this particular YouTube video. I was 72 years old when I first heard this, and now I'm 9, and it's still amazing. This particular thing is called "I Don't Understand How I Became the King of SoundCloud After Posting This Mix." All right, so for the roads, see, this is the thing that sucks is I do have to build some amount of logic to things that I'm probably going to end up changing. Ah, shit, we got pillars. Oh, God. Where's our test scene that we made? It's funny how Sean can hear the music, but most people say they can't hear my music at all. Like, I think certain people's like speaker setups or something help. My voice is much louder. I'm booming. I'm booming. Yeah, I do that on purpose. I just feel like clarity is really important for, like, people should hear what you're saying. And I mean, the times that it really counts is when you're on like a shitty computer with like really low speakers. Like, there's some laptops you just can't get the volume very loud on them. And so if, you know, I'm close to redlining on the mic, and I feel like that's just kind of helps people on lower end devices, or I don't know, they got, you know, you're like sitting at a table and you got me on the cell phone on the speaker or something. I don't know why you do that, but I do that stuff, so I figure somebody else might, and so I want to be able to hear. Inevitably, when I'm watching a streamer, like if I'm watching Els or I'm watching like any streamer that I can catch, like Mud or something, and somebody I can talk to, like M, I'll like message, you know, I'll send like a. It's always when I ask a question too. This happened a couple of nights ago. Roland was on it was just him, and I asked him a question, and then as soon as he starts answering it, the internet on my phone is just like, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming right now. It happens every time, because most of the time I'm just joking around on people's streams and stuff. But anytime I'm trying to have like a legit conversation about something, almost inevitably my phone or the device that I'm on is just like, you know what? Now's a good time to just sit there and buffer. It's like, oh, cool. Thanks. I usually have to step away the second I bring up something. Yeah. It's like washing your car in rain, you know? Okay, so now we have the scene that we instantiate when we're doing all this is bringing in the city. So our big problem in front of us is roads. If we go with a New York style setup for roads, where we're just on like a strict grid, it'll make life easy for us. Now I'm trying to think, and I've never done this in 3D, about pathfinding. So there's A-Star 3D, there's a navigation server, so you can kind of do your own thing. You can build your own like nav information. Navigation region, a node that holds a navigation mesh resource that defines a navigation mesh for the navigation server 3D. A node that connects two positions on navigation meshes over arbitrary distances for pathfinding. So I think we're going to need region and link. So my question is, resource that holds a 3D navigation mesh data. It provides 3D geometry, baking options to define navigation areas inside the editor as well as at runtime. The navigation region 3D node uses this resource to define its navigation area. Navigation server grid map editor uses this resource when specific navigation meshes are defined for each grid cell. I do worry about having a completely flat city being boring, but bros, I gotta make this easy for myself. I mean, it's a problem we can tackle. You know what? Even if we use a grid map for the roads. I think we'll be okay because we can still do heights and stuff like that. It's just going to be a very clearly like SimCity roads. You know what I mean? Like until you get to SimCity, like I think it's 4 where you can start to have like angled roads and splines or like curves and stuff like that. But we're not, I don't think that I'm going to do that. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could, but again, I'm using these resources, these assets that I don't know. Don't know. I mean, I'm always surprised about when I start doing this stuff. It's like, I'm not going to be able to do that. And then I end up being able to do that. So, and then other times it's like, this should be easy. And it's like, yeah, no, it's not. This will be real simple. It's like, no. Oh, shit. It's noon. All right. I got to raid out. Let's raid. Thanks for hanging out, Jacob. I'm glad I'm detoxing from Reddit. You know what? I'll raid Aramis again. Aramis. That's the word I'm thinking of. Oh shit.
That's cool.
No!
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Too much tomato. Thank you for the raid. Oh no! I was gonna raid out. How's your work coming along? Twitch really needs hey, I'm about to leave thing that you can do. Ah, 4-day-old VODs, so no recent VODs. Let's go, raid. Torso tennis is almost done.
Hello. It's Monday morning, August 11th, 2025. Welcome to the stream.
That's very nice of you to do an intro like that. I need to be more professional. Here's a link to the game, everybody. I'm gonna hide my face. Dude, I love the Nickelodeon MTV Phil that you guys have. If it's you guys, if it's not one person, but it's great. It's like Trapper Keeper, you know? Like it's like it's Trapper Keeper, that's the style. That's great work, man. I'm excited. I think you're gonna. I hope you're doing good on wishlist and all that stuff. Do you don't have a set release date? Sometime this year? Are you gonna announce a release date soon? Once you're all kind of wrapped up? All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming in. Let me explain really quick what we're working on. Of course, likely when I show you this, it's going to be broken, but we'll see. We're building a scenario editor for a game that's sort of inspired by an old Psygnosis game called J-Police. And so we just got the majority of it going. I could show you. I'll load up something here. So a lot of this requires some imagination here, but essentially we just are creating a node editor where we can create different the system's in place now for us to be able to create different nodes that will do different things, like move something or tell something to go somewhere or play a certain audio track and check for a certain value and blah 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 blah, like all that stuff, right? So we just got this system going for saving and loading it, for getting the stuff to work as far as talking to each other. So the move to one, again, in the actual execution of the game, for instance, move to is going to tell this, whatever you have selected here, whatever object you have selected here, to go to a specific location. And the object will go, okay, I'll figure out how to get there, right? And then when it gets there, it'll emit finished here. And then you can connect off of finished to another, like as an output to another input on another node, and then have something else happen, right? When that occurs or whatever. So anyways, you kind of get the idea there. But for now, all it does is it waits 2 seconds, and then it literally just snaps the position to that new location. So hopefully everything works right now. I've been in the middle of, so it snaps there, and now it's going to snap back, right? And so I've spent 7 days. We just got it all done, where we can save and load it. We can create them. They can interact with each other. Like, for instance, we could, hopefully all this works. So it's always nerve-wracking showing this on the stream. We can loop it back to itself. And now if we run it, it should just run in a loop. So now it goes there, it comes back, and then it's going to go back to the other position. And then, so now it's just like kind of on an infinite loop, right? But anyways, so we have this whole system in place to be able to do this. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because we're going to be designing the city that's like Mega City or Vice City, or not Vice City, but Night City, or the one in RoboCop, Detroit, or just some sort of futuristic, like kind of Blade Runner, kind of I don't know, like oh, dude, have you seen the jam game that I did? I did an inner tube jam game. I'll show that really quick too. Cricket. This is a jam game. I did this in 30 days. I'm so proud of this. This is a paddle-based game, inspired by Tubin, an old arcade game from back in the day. If you're ancient like me, that should mean something. I need a second now. This is embarrassing. My friends are here, Mom. It was the theme was 30 Days of Summer. It was a 30-day game jam, and it was high score was like the theme. Please excuse the introductory.
Howdy! Welcome to Rootin' Tubin',
Turn this
sugar.
down.
You can tap Q and P to go forward, or if that's too much for your city fingers, just hold them down to go automatic like
Just tapping Q get me spinning clockwise, and tapping P will get me spinning the other way. If you want, W and O will back me up like a bad decision. Something go wrong? Don't cry, Puddin'. Hold R to reset.
Anyways, it's a cool little paddling game where you tap the keyboard buttons together to move, or you can press and hold. And you just run around, you just go around picking up soda cans and throwing them at people.
See a soda? Them cans ain't for recycling, sweetheart.
That's pretty cool.
They're for wrecking boats. And
But-
space bar's your launcher.
Yeah, super proud of this.
Woohoo!
Anywho, yeah, it's a fun little thing I did. I was really proud of it. Busted that out. How much Tubin on the NES did you play? No, not on the NES. I played the arcade game. That's where the real Tubin is at. I associate Tubin specifically with the smell of sulfur because where I played it at was at like a hot springs. So I associate Tubin with sometimes getting electrocuted because you were too wet to be playing an arcade game. So a little bit of a shock occasionally maybe while you were playing because you shouldn't grab the metal of the joystick of the arcade machine while you're playing. But the arcade game had 4 buttons and it was like they would rotate you, so it was like flapping forward and flapping backwards, and then you could rotate yourself around. So you could get like momentum and then spin around and then throw stuff at something and then spin back around and then keep going. The NES one is much sort of much more limited than the arcade game. I love the arcade game, and I love the Paperboy arcade game with the actual steering wheel. I love weird inputs for games. I love that stuff. And I found out that the same guy who made Paperboy made Tubin, and I was like, it makes perfect sense now. I was trying to figure out who has the rights to Tubin, and I traced it to Activision or Acclaim. I can't remember, but Atari got broken up, and you know all of its stuff got sold out and everything. But I think it's Activision that has it. So I was like, maybe I could just email some guy who's just like, yeah, I don't care. Like, give me $2,000 and you can use the name. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Wonder what happens if I close and reopen it. Okay, yeah, that breaks it. Okay. Yes, it goes away. All right. That makes sense. Okay. So there's a little bit of jank to that, but it works good. Anyways, so I'm still I gotta raid out. We're gonna raid out. And let me double check who we're gonna raid. And I said we were going to raid Aramis, and I think that's who we're going to do. Normally, I don't raid people with more viewers than what I have. I tried to raid up or down, whatever it is to lift up. Rising tide concept, right? Oh, I did a shout out instead of a raid. Whoopsie doodle. Raid. There we go. So, much love to everybody out there. I will be working on this tomorrow. We're going to be starting to design the city and getting the road network going and figuring out pathfinding. Basically, is going to be the first step that we're going to do. We essentially need to build kind of 2 realms of pathfinding. That is vehicles that are stuck on the ground and vehicles that can fly. Oh, dude, Colt, we got the whole thing, the whole kit caboodle done. So we're gonna start actually making the game tomorrow, like doing the real work of making the game. So that'll be starting tomorrow. But we got the node loading and saving and clearing and all that stuff. So, so the real stuff, the real work will be tomorrow. So, much love to everybody out there. I will see you then. Thanks for coming back, Colt. See you guys later. Bye bye.
You could take the game-lytic approach or have some sort of way to track the metrics